Give me a cue. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District Board meeting of July 8th, 2020. The board will be respecting recent orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines for the Center of Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 4:30 p.m. At 4:02 p.m., I call the meeting to order. I'm going to ask at this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order, which I just did. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Arau.
Yes, I'm here.
Trustee Garcia is absent at this time. Trustee Freeman.
Here, sir.
Trustee Nellison.
Here.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. Item 3.1. This is an invitation to address the Board of Trustees, closed session items only. Are there any public comments at this on closed session items?
No comments on closed session items, Mr. Stafford.
Okay, thank you. Item 4.1, we're going to adjourn the closed session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Rao.
Second.
Trustee Freeman. We'll take a roll call. And Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia is absent. Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nellison.
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Stafford. On the on a roll call being taken, the vote was 4 and 1 absent. We are adjourning a closed session at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the special board meeting of July 8th, 2020. The meeting is reconvening at 4:41 p.m. We will start. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Item 6.1 is revision and adoption ordering of agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Ellison, Trustee Rao. We'll need a electronic vote and an oral vote. So let's start with Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia is absent. Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nellison,
Aye.
and myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. You can go to see if I can do this without knocking myself out. Okay. There it is, 6.1. You can vote there. 6.1 passes 4 in favor, 1 absent. Okay, we'll go to the next item. Now, the next item is the study session. Board of Trustees will conduct a study session regarding their governance rules.
Actually, Mr. Stafford, I believe it's invitation to address the Board of Trustees on a non-agendized item. No, I'm sorry. Mine went out of order. My bad.
No, I think you're right.
No, he's right.
No, I'm sorry. It is correct, yes.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Thank you.
Item 7.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees, non-agendized items. Are there any public comments or non-agendized items?
I don't, Miss Rico, we don't have any non-agendized comments, do we?
No, they're all regarding 9.1.
Okay, so we have no comments for non-agendized items this evening.
Okay. So we'll go to 8.1 now, which is the study session. The Board of Trustees will conduct a study session regarding their governance rules. So want to stay in order here. So we need to go back to closed session at some point. Oh, welcome, Trustee Garcia. Okay, we have Trustee Garcia's here. How do we want to do that, Grant? Do the study session first, 8.1, then 9, then before 9.1 go back into closed?
Is that the board's wish to, before we have the instruction models presented and have the comments from public on that, or do that?
Yeah, let's do the public comments and then do the study session. So we'll go ahead with the public comments, get that out the way.
So we're going to move 9.1 up for comments about all the comments are on 9.1.
Okay, well, let's see. You did say there was nothing on 7.1, so let's go to 8.1 and do the study session.
Okay, very well.
Okay.
Sarah, could you bring that up on screen for me?
Yes, hang on. Are you able to see it?
No.
We cannot see it, so.
Okay, hang on. One more time. Bear with me. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
Okay, how about now?
There it is.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Stafford. Mr. Stafford contacted me the other day and asked me to put together a little update on the role of the school board. So I researched some information from CSBA. I went into our own board policies and our governance handbook that we had put together a few years ago. So that's where this information is coming from. So Sarah, if you could switch to the next slide, please, that'd be awesome. So this comes from CSBA about California school boards, and they broke it down into 4 different categories for the board. The board members are individually elected by the community they serve, and they talk about each school district is governed by the board that is accountable for performance of the schools in the district. They represent the community's diverse beliefs and values, and the school board members are residents of the school district they serve and come from all walks of life, and list all the different positions that board members could have and more. The second thing they talk about is board members govern at board meetings. They do the hiring and evaluating of the superintendent. They adopt district policies. They approve LCAP plans. They adopt and monitor budgets, monitor district performance and student achievement, and actively listen to public concerns. So that's under number 2. Number 3 is school boards serve the community. They listen to the ideas, engage in the setting of district mission and goals. They make student achievement a priority. They advocate on important K-12 policy issues for all students. They represent the district at community events, and they ensure accountability for student and district performance. The 4th one from CSBA school board members give the gift of time, preparing for and attending board meetings, responding to constituents, participating in board training and development, and again, attending community events. So those all came from, all that information came out of from CSBA on what the role of board members are. The next slide I wanted to share with you is, this comes out of our school board policies and out of our governance handbook. And it just talks about the board is elected by the community to provide leadership and citizenship oversight of the district. The district shall ensure that the district is responsive to all values, beliefs, priorities of the community. And our board policy breaks it down into 5 different categories. The first one is setting direction for the district through the process that involves the community, parents, guardians, students, and staff, and is focused on student learning and achievement. The second one is establishing an effective and efficient organizational structure for the district by, again, employing the superintendent and setting policy for hiring of other personnel. They oversee the development of and adoption of policy. That's the board policy that we have on the agenda each month. They establish academic expectations in adopting the curriculum and instructional materials. Establish budget priorities in adopting the budget. Providing safe, adequate facilities that support the district's instructional program. And they set parameters for negotiations with employee organizations and ratifying CBAs. The third thing out of our board policy is providing support to the superintendent and staff as they carry out the board's direction by establishing and adhering to standards of responsible governance, make decisions and providing resources that support district priorities and goals, upholding the board policies, and being knowledgeable about district programs and efforts in order to serve as effective spokespersons. The 4th one, ensuring accountability to the public for the performance of the district schools by evaluating the superintendent and setting policy for the evaluation of other personnel, monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of policies, serve as a judicial / hearing and appeals body in accordance with the law, board policy and negotiated agreements, monitor student achievement and programs effectiveness and require program changes as necessary, monitor and adjust district finances, and monitor the collective bargaining process. And the last one is they provide community leadership and advocacy on behalf of students, the district educational program, and public education in order to build support with their local community in the state and national levels. So those are what's in our board policy. This is something maybe we want to talk about having we had it a few years ago. We had a study session, a working group that we looked at the board policies here. We looked at our goals and objectives for the district and set, did we have to adjust the ones we had in place, or do we want to go in another direction? So I would be now open to any comments from the board or any ideas from the board.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
A few months ago, we voted to give you emergency powers. How is that affected by what's going on now?
Well, those would have sunsetted with the end of the school year. So we're in a new school year now. So those don't take effect right now.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't we go down the list here of each trustee and can make some comments or ask questions, and let's talk about it.
Okay, certainly.
Okay. I'm just going to go down my roll call list. So let's go with Trustee Arau, Dr. Arau.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Mr. Bennett, thank you for making this presentation and reviewing the roles, the role of the Board of Trustees. Since we are addressing this, the main objective of this meeting is to make a decision in terms of the instructional model how we are going to be reopening our school year, our 2021 school year. Based on these elements, can you summarize the role of the board in this situation? After we listen to a complete presentation from Cali.
You froze up, Dr. Arau.
In the last board meeting, they were mentioned. Am I back?
Dr. Arau, you froze up for a few seconds.
Okay, am I back? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Your audio's. Go ahead, talk some. Let's see if it's cleared up. No,
Can you hear me?
You're not coming through at all now.
No?
It's a little garbled. Maybe check your connection, or you're freezing.
Still?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Mr.
Very garbled.
Yes?
It's not clear. No.
That's okay. We can go to the next trustee. In the meantime, hopefully, my internet connection works.
You're very clear.
You're clear now.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So I was talking about the 3 potential instructional models. During the last board meeting, we were presented only with 2. That it was the traditional face-to-face and online to some degree. There was only one small paragraph regarding the hybrid model. The reason that, and then listening to the concerns of our community members, of our teachers, of our students, and based on what you are telling us here, the role of the board, after doing all of that, the board would make a decision, right? Based on the analysis of all the potential options and the input from our stakeholders. Is that correct based on this presentation?
Yes, it would be.
That would be. Okay. I think that's what the main objective, the fundamental question of this presentation about the roles of the Board of Education was to clarify, right? What is the role in terms of this?
You're gone again.
Breaking out. Mr. Williams, is it on our end? Oh, no.
It is not. I don't want to cast aspersions, but it is not.
Okay, I don't know if I'm,
We had you.
okay.
Froze again.
Okay, I think I already summarized that, and thank you for that clarification. So we are going to proceed. That was it, trustee. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to trustee Garcia.
Actually, can you come back to me? I'm still trying to access the ESB right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Trustee Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I agree with Mr. Bennett that we need to revisit this policy that's showing up on the screen to review it and perhaps update it. Also, I think people will agree that the situation that we're facing has never been anything that anybody had ever really pictured would happen. To me, this is new ground completely. And I think that while there are some missteps, I do think that we are trying very hard and working very diligently to have something for the community, for the students and their families, as to what they're going to do when school begins, if it begins. I'm hearing all kinds of things from around the state. They don't know what they're doing. Districts are making decisions that are totally different. I mean, it'd be kind of interesting if you have a district that has decided to go completely on distance learning and somebody else says, no, we're going to do traditional. Then you got students that are going to try to go around cherry picking which district they want to go to. It's just something that's totally outside of anybody's experience that I can think of. So I do think that we need to have an expansion of our policies here regarding this, so that when this kind of thing happens again, that we will have a better idea as to exactly how to proceed. We have been under, I will say, I think we're doing pretty good considering how things are changing, how things are being said, this, that, and the other thing. I know that I'm hearing the same kind of confusion from Menifee board members, that they keep having to change things. So this is totally new to anybody's experience. And I just think we need to keep that in mind, that we're trying to work under a deadline where right now we have what, another month, 5 weeks to come up before, and something has to come up before then. So we may be guilty of making some missteps along the way, but we are trying to keep everybody informed as to what's going on, and I think that should be kept in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, trustee Freeman. Trustee Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stafford. I would like to agree with both Dr. Freeman and Dr. Rao on this, because I believe that yes, this is something we've never had to deal with before. Nobody in the state really knows what we should be doing. Nobody in the country really knows what we should be doing. We're getting conflicting reports sometimes daily throughout, from the CDC and from Riverside County Health Officer and all these other agencies that are supposed to be the ones that know what we're supposed to be doing. So that being said, we are going forward in our best intentions, and we are trying to figure out what's best for our students, our staff, the parents, family members, everybody who's going to be affected, because if we put kids in close proximity to each other, chances are COVID's going to be spread from family to family pretty quickly. I also, like I said, I also do believe that I do agree with Dr. Rao on the fact that we didn't make any decision at our last board meeting, and it came out. I don't know exactly who it came out from, but it came out like it sounded like we had already made a decision. We had not. So we have not had all the information that the update as much as updated as possible, because like I said, information is being updated daily sometimes, and we had not made a decision, and yet it kind of sounded like in the press and even on our own website a little bit that we had made a decision, which we have not. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows we're making a decision today as to what we're going to be doing going forward, and disregard what you may have heard from third-party sources. This is what we're voting on today. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Garcia, were you able to get in?
No, I have not been able to get in, but I can comment now so we can move along with the agenda in the meantime.
Okay.
I want to agree with everybody who has spoken, especially Mr. Nelson. He hit it right on the money. You know, we have not made these decisions, and it's being portrayed that we have made a decision, and this affects all of our students, all of our staff, all of our students' family, and all of our staff's families. And I think the community needs to know that we're trying to assess with as much data as we have to make the right decision. You know, I'm hearing conflicting messages, just like Mr. Nelson was saying. 1 minute it's one thing, and the next minute it's another. So you have a lot of politicians pushing to open the school, and then you have people who aren't politicians and families asking, "Hey, wait a second, this face-to-face is dangerous, and it could affect my child and my household," knowing that some people have some illnesses that they can't be around or exposed to, or you know, the possibility of being exposed to this coronavirus. So I'm really concerned. And at the same time, I'm concerned because we're getting emails and phone calls from staff and from the community wanting to know why we made the decision that we made, when the reality is the board has not made a decision. So I'm asking, if we're making a decision, give us our options. Don't tell us what our options are. Give us our option, or excuse me, don't tell us what you want. Tell us what the options are so we can make the best decision. Of course, we're not going to just, you know, take it and run because we can. I think we're trying to collaborate, and everybody needs to know we're collaborating with everybody, including the district and the community and the county and CDC and everybody possible that has a buy-in. So that's just where I stand. I'm in agreement with everybody.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Garcia. I have to say, I feel strongly in agreement with a lot of the statements that are made. This is new and something we haven't dealt with before. But having dealt with emergencies all my life, you put the lives and the people first, always. The students, the staff, always first. Getting right to the point, what I would have suggested had we made a choice, that we would have had the chance to go back in steps, say with your distance learning, then blended, and then go into full, providing that the numbers come out correctly and we do the things to get ourselves healthy. We may never get out of the first step if people don't start listening and following the instructions. I also get a lot of letters. They're very serious, people citing their health conditions, and I don't see anything wrong with that. I want to thank the people that are sending the letters because they are very heartfelt and helpful, and all we care about is the kids and staff and students. So, you know, to put them at risk at any point for a political point, or somebody's driving us, well, we'll do this because we're not going to get this if we don't know. We have to make the right decision. We don't have an option. We have to lead. So let us go back to the table. I see we have something on the agenda here about authorizing a plan. I don't know that, you know, we're going to be able to do that, but we'll hear what that is. We'll see, because as we know, everything is changing by the minute, and you have to make quick decisions sometimes, but they have to always err on the side of safety. Right now, we don't meet any of that criteria. So we just do not have, and have not voted. That process is something that why I asked for the role of the board, because, you know, something was put out about, we decided those two options, and then yesterday in the paper, it's oh, we're not going to wear masks. We're not going to do, we haven't said any of that. And I don't want to be responsible to the public thinking I said you don't need masks and you don't need this and you don't need that, because I totally, that's not my words. And we have not voted on anything like that. It takes an entire board to be able to make those sort of decisions, and it's not my decision. Anyway, to our admin, please be conscious. we appreciate you also. Yes, we have to say harsh words sometimes and really correct things that we feel aren't right. We appreciate you. We appreciate our superintendent. But if any of you know me, the more the emergency, the stronger you have to be, and the stronger you have to become. And it's not about me or what I think of anybody. It's about the children and saving everyone in the community, the grandmothers, the grandparents. They've lost a lot this year, and we have to prove to them that we care. And there's a lot of different options, financial, emergency supplies, everything that would have to go on. So let's go to the drawing board and get it right. Slow down on the statements. Let's make sure that we're saying the right thing and the board agrees to it before it's said. And the board, we have to be responsible ourselves and vote our minds. And I think we'll be fine. As Dr. Freeman said, we haven't been in this area before, but we can get through it. We'll do it. So with that, Grant.
Could I just add something in, Tony? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I just, as the leader of the district, I don't want the board to feel like we're overstepping our bounds and not following the right direction that we want. And, if we made a misstep last week, it falls on my shoulders. I'm the leader of the district and should not let that happen. And we'll work on not going in that direction again as we move forward. We have a lot of tough decisions to make over the next few weeks before school starts. But I think collaborating amongst the bargaining units and our school board and our cabinet, I think we can make the right decisions to do what's best for all people involved: kids, staff, teachers, administrators.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. So we'll work it out. We've got to go back into closed session and have some more discussion. So when we come out, we'll see if we have anything to present or that you can present for us, Mr. Bennett, or we'll go from there and get everybody on the same page, and we'll talk about it. So to stay in proper order, we needed to go to 9.1 to hear the public comments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, do we have any more comments? Anyone else want to make any comments? Any of our superintendents, anyone else? Please feel free. Okay. So now we'll go into the 9.1 curriculum. Now, in here it has approval of instructional models for 2020-21 school year reopening plan. So I can't say that we have to see what you present to know if we.
Once we get to that
Yeah.
point, I have a short presentation I was going to share with the board about the options that are in front of us, and we did make a recommendation on which one we would like to see happen, but I can remove that from the presentation if you would like.
No, let's have a look at. Well, let's go through 9.1. Get the information.
Mr. Stafford, this is an action item. You need to ask for a first and a second on this to open the point.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, now if we open the first or second,
No, just to talk about it, we have to open the point. So you need a motion. You need a second just to talk about it. So yeah,
Okay.
that's just sorry to be the parliamentarian here, but that is required.
that's good to do.
I would like to make the motion that we talk about it.
I'll take the second.
Okay, motion that we talk about it is Dr. Freeman. Second is Trustee Nelson. This is not a vote.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that we were following the procedures here.
I just didn't want it to commit us to have to vote on one of the items presented.
Well, that can be discussed once we've opened the motion, and since it's motion, now we can talk about it, and we can decide that as we go.
Okay, so we need to,
I have a question. We are going to go into 9.1 without hearing the public comments. I
That-
think 9.1 is an action item, 8.1 is a study session, and 7.1 is on non-agendized items. Probably that was a typo. There is a non-agendized.
That's how it always is non-agendized. When we
So-
get to an action item like this, we get a first and a second, then we can have public comment come in on that agenda item.
And then after, when are we going to hear the 8.1? That is the study session. If you
That's
read
what
it,
That's what we did on the roles of the school board.
Well, we still
No.
wanted to go back into closed session, Mr. Bennett. At what point do we do that? Should it be before 9.1?
If that's what the wish of the board, we could go into closed session now.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
okay.
I feel more comfortable going to closed session right now before we hear the presentation.
Okay, very good.
But do we want to do it before the comments?
No, I think we should hear the comments first.
That's what I'm asking.
That's what,
So we
your
want to hear the
motion-
comments and then go into closed session.
Okay,
Yes,
very
and then
good.
come back to the presentation.
Then go to closed session, then come back. Okay. That'll
Are
work.
you okay with that?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fine.
want to just do the voice.
I'm good. Okay, so,
We do have comments, and I asked Mr. Williams to, ones that were emailed in, he's going to read them for us. And then I think we have a couple that are recorded that we're going to play the recording of the comments from the public.
okay.
So, you ready, Joe?
Yes, Mr. Stafford, I believe, needs to read the card on public comments and the time, right? He's got to read that into the record.
Do I have the card? I do not. I know what card you're speaking of, but I do not. Do we have
Is
his
the card, is the card in the boardroom? Like I could find the card?
Let me check.
It's usually provided.
You haven't memorized it yet?
No, Randy. I'll let you do it.
All right, well, we will stand by during this non-technical difficulty to get the reading of the card that we should read into the record before the public comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe.
No problem.
Good. Ready.
Mr. Stafford, board, Mr.
Yes.
Bennett is obtaining that card right now.
Okay,
So just hold on for a few minutes.
yes, it's usually right there, and I don't know where I'd find it.
Okay, I ran downstairs and picked it up.
Okay.
You want me to read it on your behalf, Mr. Stafford?
Yes, if you would, please.
Yes.
Okay.
The statements from the president, and I'm a little out of breath because I was running upstairs.
Oh, take your time.
Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time of input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Sorry. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional speakers only speak if they have something new to add. That's our statement. Mr. Williams now will take over.
Okay, thank you, Grant.
I'm gonna mute myself so I catch my breath.
And President Stafford and board, on these comments, there's, it looks like approximately 7,300 words. So the English teacher in me tells me that's a little bit longer than 20 minutes. So I will take your direction on if we go a little bit over 20 minutes to hear the comments, but either way, you will be provided these comments.
Okay, we always allow to go a little bit over, so if it's not too much, you know, we'd like to hear them.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. President Stafford. The comments of our community, we are going to be making a really important decision, and that is of utmost importance. Listening to their concerns, their suggestions, their feelings, what they are afraid of, everything that they want to share with us, we should listen to them, even if it was over 20 minutes or an hour or 2 hours. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get started. They're all on the same 9.1. There is one that is an audio recording, and we allow people to call in, and I'll switch over to that, and it should be about 20 minutes. All right. So the first comment is from Jason Miller. He's the PSCA president. Jason writes, PSCA officially endorses a fully online model for the school reopening for the 2020-21 school year. This endorsement is for the safety of our members, other employees, administration, and the students that we serve. This next comment is from Joshua Rushing. He's the CSCA chapter president, and he wrote, thank you, Board President Stafford, board members, and cabinet for the time to have my statement read this evening. I wanted to share with you some information with you regarding the classified staff survey CSCA has conducted over the past 3 days and the models that we would like to see in place when it comes to returning to work this coming year. Over the last couple months, I have heard that staff input was taken and pertained to the model that we would reopen schools, even though I have never seen a survey get sent to the classified staff like the one sent to parents. To that effect, CSCA Chapter 469 has sent out a survey to our members to get their input. The survey was sent out just 3 days ago and has 170 responses by 3:17 p.m. today. For those of you that have surveyed employees, you know that amount of response is almost unheard of. The results so far in the 2 different categories are as follows. 1, comfort in the traditional model presented to the board for returning to work for 36:1 class sizes. 66% are uncomfortable with returning in this fashion. 34% can either live with it or are comfortable with returning to this format. Question 2, what model would you want to see the district use to return to the fall? 44% want to see a hybrid model. 42% would like to see a distance model. 13% would like to see a traditional model. I think it is important that these figures are shared with the board as well as the cabinet in the hopes that you take them into consideration when making a decision. Thank you for your time this evening, and I hope you find your way to approve a model that is the least amount of negative impact on the safety of students and staff alike until the pandemic is mitigated to the point where we can fully return safely. The next comment is from Elizabeth Smith. She's a teacher at Pullman Valley High School, and she writes, good afternoon. As a mother, educator, and wife to a disabled Army veteran, I am greatly disappointed with the district's plan to resume with business as usual with the traditional plan. It is unsafe. Students are sent to school sick on normal days. During the pandemic, this is sure to happen as well. Without proper safeguards, the district is just putting the students and staff and their families' health in jeopardy. By hosting a virtual school board meeting to avoid exposure, you demonstrate the district's concern for this virus. This group is significantly smaller than the classroom of a full board meeting with a large community participation, is significantly smaller than a small population. The fact that you are unwilling to have in-person meetings to discuss reopening suggests that the district values the health and safety of the board and its families more than the thousands of students and hundreds of staff in their care. This is an utter disappointment. I ask you to reconsider your position for the safer, more economical solution of distance learning for the foreseeable future. It will keep students and staff safe instead of infecting them and their families. With proper guidelines and expectations, distance learning can be effective and far safer than the traditional school model. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Paul Clay, teacher at Heritage High School, and he writes, yesterday, Kathy Hoffman, an Arizona superintendent of public instruction, bluntly stated in a press conference, I cannot provide those assurances for the adults and students who are medically vulnerable in our school communities at this time. Can anybody make such guarantees here? She further indicates that yesterday's White House meeting did not consider the growing threat of COVID and the situation in which Arizona finds itself in, not unlike the situation we find ourselves in here in Riverside County. Other public health and executive administrators around the country have similarly sounded the alarm. We should be listening. I cannot stress enough the breadth and depth of this pandemic and the dangers that may await us if we resume in-class studies. Please adopt the only course that makes any sense at all, and that is distance learning. And he provided a link, and we'll make sure you get that. The next comment is from Alicia Rao, teacher at Heritage High School, and she writes, good afternoon, President Stafford, board members, superintendent, and cabinet members. My name is Alicia Rao, and I have been a teacher in the district for 14 years. I have worked at Perris High School and Heritage High School. In addition, I have been a Perris community member for over 20 years. I am reaching out to you to share my views on the upcoming school year. I think most teachers are expecting to begin the school year in the traditional normal ways. These days, the normal is changing every day. We are not living in normal times, and it's imperative that we keep our health and safety as the #1 priority. When schools closed on March 13th, the number of COVID cases in Riverside County were a lot less than the ones today. The COVID numbers are on the rise, and this is scary for all. I miss my students, and I wish that we had the ability to have the safety precautions in place to return to our campus. Unfortunately, our reality is that we can't. It is not safe. It is impossible to expect that we can maintain social distancing in a classroom of 36 students. It is impossible to keep our classrooms and hallways sanitized. Can you guarantee our desks will be sanitized each day? Can you guarantee that we will have enough materials to ensure nothing is shared among students? Can you guarantee the door which I stand each period to greet my students will be sanitized each day? I understand this is an extremely difficult decision for you to make. I ask you to please consider reopening with the distance learning model, and when it's safe to revisit the issue to transition to maybe hybrid with the goal of the traditional model. Thank you for listening. The next comment is from Paul Aldama, a community member. Will career path classes, medical interventions 11th grade be offered in distance learning? Would the kids be able to switch to traditional classes if the curriculum is too hard to do at the home in distance learning? Would they be able to go to the same school? Would AP classes be offered on distance learning? Would they still be able to take the end of the year AP test? Will each teacher be required to make an instructional video on their subject? The next comment is from Darcy Castro. She's a parent, and she writes, why is the school not doing a hybrid model when most other school districts, including LA County, are giving this option? My son is a senior. He has only a few classes which he can do at home. However, he does not have auto, which is hands-on and the only class he would need to attend. Also, he is enrolled to do work study in auto. Will this be allowed? This is vital to his life and to the career path. The next comment is audio from Julia Peacock. So I'm going to switch and pull my screen up and hope that you hear it.
My name is Julia Peacock, and I'm a teacher at Perris High School speaking to school reopening plans. With the increase of cases of COVID-19 in California and hospitals in Riverside County reporting that they are reaching surge capacity, it is unsafe to return to physical classes in the fall. Distance learning is the safest option until the virus is under control or we have a life-saving treatment and vaccine. My life and the lives of every one of our stakeholders and our families depend on this. I shouldn't have to remind you that over 3 million Americans have become infected with the disease. Over 130,000 of them have died, and the numbers continue to rise exponentially. I shouldn't have to remind you that because this virus is so new, the long-term effects, decreased lung capacity, fever, fatigue, kidney damage, blood clotting, and how children react are unknown. Doctors are reporting disastrous damage to victims' internal organs. I shouldn't have to remind you that the American Academy of Pediatrics based most of their return to school advice on children 12 and under using the research of daycare facilities where children are mostly outside and in small homogeneous groups of less than 10. I shouldn't have to remind you that our classrooms are not large enough to practice social distancing with more than about 10 teenagers in the room, and our weather is not cool enough to hold class outside. I shouldn't have to remind you that there is no reputable medical professional in the world who believes masks should not be worn at all times, and I will not work with or teach anyone who refuses to wear a mask, regardless of what anyone from the district says to the press. I shouldn't have to remind you that our students are not just ADA dollars or numbers on a spreadsheet, and that every decision you make must take their health, their safety, and their lives into account. If you can't do this, you're in the wrong place. I shouldn't have to remind you how underhanded it was for district officials to announce in PRC that hybrid was going to be the likely model for fall, and then blindsided everyone on social media during the summer with traditional class sizes. I shouldn't have to remind you that one death in our district because we opened schools too early will be your fault and one from which we will never recover. Can you emotionally and financially afford to have that kind of blood on your hands, and which one of us is expendable? I shouldn't have to remind you that you cannot make me sign a waiver to hold you harmless should I become infected in the line of doing my job. I shouldn't have to remind you that after voting our county mask optional, the County Board of Supervisors had to return to virtual meetings because 2 of their own staff members contracted the virus. But I guess I do have to remind you that while you hold the fate to health, to safety, and the lives of well over 10,000 people in your hands with the decisions you make over the next few days and weeks, that many of you are doing all of this in the comfort of your own homes behind computer screens, or at least wearing masks, because gathering with people you don't live with is dangerous and deadly during a global pandemic. You won't sit in a room with each other, but you'll send thousands of children, teachers, and support staff back to their classrooms in just over 3 weeks. This hypocrisy is not lost on any of us who now realize that some of our district administrators believe we are expendable.
All right, it didn't cut off at the end. It said we are not, and it cut off at the end. The next comment, can you hear me? Thumbs up. Thank you. Is from Vicki Mueller, teacher at Pentecostal Middle School, and she writes, "To whom it may concern, my hope is that there is deep consideration for all teachers, staff, and students in the decision to reopen schools. It is interesting that the board meeting is being held virtually due to concerns of social distancing, yet the district has no problem proposing full classroom contact at 36-1 by people that have limited contact with the public. I am deeply concerned with the statements made by Candace Rains that there will not be a requirement for students to wear masks. As a person with underlying health issues, this is frightening. Additionally, publicly, there is no plan to implement the 6-foot distancing guidelines as mandated by the state of California and the CDC guidelines. I am baffled by the change in direction by the district to drop hybrid model instruction. With the increase of cases and number of asymptomatic carriers, any student, teacher, administrator, or support personnel with underlying health conditions and their families will be at risk. I would like to present the following questions and concerns to the board, cabinet, and administrators as you consider full reopening schools. 1, if distance learning is available for some students, are the teachers' health conditions and concerns a priority in consideration by the district? How will teachers be chosen? Does seniority with the district play into teacher selection? 2, what will be the requirements and protocol for requesting to teach distance learning? How will students be prepared for new health and safety procedures? What is the plan to teach and prepare students before school starts to follow distancing guidelines? What will you do if students and families refuse to follow those recommended guidelines? Number 3, what will happen in the event of a student becomes ill, has tested positive, or any other way we may be contracted or at the risk of spreading the virus? How will teachers be notified if a student in their classroom or on campus has contracted the virus, or has a family member who is quarantined or has contracted the virus? If a student or staff member has tested positive for COVID-19, will testing for teachers or staff members be provided? Number 4, how will staff quarantine be handled? Will this come from sick days or will it be paid administration leave? Number 5, what will happen if a staff member becomes ill due to contact from a student or other staff member? Will this be covered by workers' compensation? Number 6, how will we manage student materials? How will the district provide materials for students? Question 7, how will PE, lunch, passing periods, bathroom, and drinking fountains be monitored? PE, how will locker rooms be monitored? Lunch, How will lines and seating be handled? Bathroom. Who will be responsible for monitoring hand washing? Number 8. How will horseplay, hugging, and other physical contact be addressed? What will student movement look like in the halls, walkways, and to and from class? Question 9. How will the dismissal be handled? Will there be arrows, marks on the ground to separate students as they enter classrooms? 10. Will there be someone who monitors staff, students as they enter campus for temperatures, ask students and staff regarding COVID plus contact, ask students if they have taken Tylenol or aspirin prior to coming to school? Number 11, who will be responsible for cleaning touch surfaces throughout the day, cleaning desks, chairs, other surfaces in the classroom as students change classes, cleaning students and staff bathrooms as they are used? 12, will the district manage the airflow in classrooms? 13, how will classrooms with no windows and classrooms where the air is only recirculated be addressed? 14, how will we know if our classrooms have been disinfected properly? Will we be provided a checklist? If bathrooms have been cleaned after use, will we be provided a checklist? Prior to today's board meeting, I've already provided a list of the questions to Cabinet and the board regarding reopening plans. I still have not received any response to those questions. Again, I would like to vote my concerns regarding the full reopening of the schools. The next speaker was Blake Burnett, a teacher, and she writes, due to the compromised immune systems and known health concerns from myself, surgery, cancer treatment within the last 3 years, 3 major surgeries with the last 2 years, and my husband, 9th stage kidney failure, failure in dialysis, sorry. I have taken the utmost care and greatest precautions at the times during this pandemic. I am also concerned in general for the health and safety of my family, young and old, and that of our students and their families. Compromised immune system, extended family health concerns, multi-generational family home settings where greater disease and risk and immediate household, etc. Following are many of the concerns I have and answers I need regarding the opening of our school sites and district for the upcoming school year during the COVID-19 pandemic. A, will I be eligible for teaching through distance learning? 1, are teachers' health conditions and concerns a priority and consideration for distance learning? 2, how will distance learning teachers be chosen? 3, does seniority with district play into teacher selection? 4, what will be the requirements and protocol requesting to teach distance learning? B, how will students, staff, and teachers be prepared for safety, aware, and responsible in the school settings? 1, how will district teach and prepare students and their families for responsibilities, classmates, teachers, and others as far as the general awareness and spread of disease? 2, what about students and families or even staff who refuse to follow recommended and mandated health and safety protocol procedures? 3, what will happen in the event a student or staff member becomes ill, has tested positive, or in any way have been contracted or is at risk of spreading the virus? 4, how soon will teachers be notified if a student in their classroom or on campus has contracted the virus or has a family member who is quarantined or has contracted the virus? 5, will students be required to wear masks on campus, in the classroom, during physical activities, outside classrooms, but on campus, etc.? 6, what do we do when a student takes off the masks, forget the mask, refuse to wear the masks, or trade masks? 7, will students be removed from class and their administrative actions be measured beyond the classroom that will aid in making sure students are adhering to guidelines, rules, and mandates? C, what will our classrooms look like? How many students will be in each classroom and what will the physical distance requirements be? 2, will we, staff and students, be following state mandates and recommendations, masks and 6-foot minimum distance between individuals? 3, how will we separate students who sit at tables rather than desks? 4, what in general will be done physically to prevent the spread of disease in the classroom, airborne and physical contact? D, will students be expected or allowed to bring materials from home or will these be provided to the district? E, who will be monitoring and controlling student behavior in and out of the classroom and what will the consequences be of willful disruption and ignoring the guidelines and mandates? 1, what about student contact such as horseplay, hugging, or other physical contacts passing in the hallways, PE, or during lunch? 2, what about students using the restroom, drinking fountains, and accessing different areas of campus? 3, what will the student movement look like during passing periods, unidirectional through the halls, staggered movement, or dismissal times? F, How and when will our classrooms and the campuses be clean and sanitized? 1, will cleaning and sanitation occur regularly through the day, every day, and by whom? 2, what exactly will be included in the routine cleaning? Desktops, chairs, countertops, door handles, floors? 3, will custodians' explicit checklists and expectations be provided to teachers and staff? G, what PPE and sanitation materials and supplies will be provided to teachers for their classrooms and students? 1, is there a budget in place for masks, hand sanitizers, extra cleaning, and sanitation supplies? 2, who will provide these? Where and when will they be made available? And what will the protocol be for making sure they are in place and available to all staff at all times? H, what will the student expectations for learning, classwork participation, turning in assignments, and grades? Thank you for your time and consideration. This next comment is from Daria Cross. She writes, I'd like to begin by thanking the board for their efforts in these unprecedented times. Your decisions on how PUHSD will open the school year have taken on a significance none of us in education could have anticipated. I am confident that each of you has the best interests of students and families in our district at heart. I'd like to also thank Superintendent Bennett for notifying us of the special board meeting. I appreciate his commitment to including the voices of all stakeholders in this critical decision-making process. When the school year is slated to open in less than a month and the COVID-19 cases rising exponentially, the choices we make as educators have a singular and direct impact on how we weather this crisis as a nation. There can be no denying the pressure educators are under to reopen schools in the fall. We are witnessing the politicalization and global pandemic. Public health is not a political issue. However, this is about our rights as students and staff to be safe on campus. There are a myriad of practical contingencies, questions, and concerns which need to be addressed. Here is a partial list. Our student population is one that is disproportionately affected by COVID-19. As a result, the family of students and all staff at PUHSD are at higher risk than some surrounding districts. How is that being taken into consideration? The classroom environment is inadequate to allow for the current CDC and AAP recommendations for safe reopening of schools. Ventilation, cleaning, and decontamination of recommended 6 feet of space, and even if reduced to 3 feet, do not allow to return to a 100% traditional on-campus learning model. We don't have enough school nurses, custodial staff, and campus supervisors to facilitate physical distancing protocols at lunch, between classes, substitute teachers when staff have symptoms, and given the uncertainty of the ever-expanding CDC list of COVID-19 symptoms, teachers will need to self-quarantine at the first sign of illness. How will sick leave be addressed? Teachers must be confident that we can take time off without fear of exhausting sick leave and being docked pay. Subplans are difficult under the best of circumstances. The district should consider that many symptomatic teachers may have a natural inclination to stay in the classroom, which could put everyone at greater risk. People are finding that their COVID testing options are being canceled due to a shortage of testing kits in the region. This is without the additional exposure of tens of thousands of teachers returning to campuses. Would students be better served by an investment in training, resources, and the development of a rigorous and robust distance learning curriculum for the inevitability of online instruction? What is the threshold of closing individual classrooms, buildings, and entire campuses in the event of positive cases? What guidance will these determinations be based upon? The CDC appears to be shifting guidance in response to pressures from the Trump administration. In that vacuum, which guidance will the district adopt? I urge the board to continue to keep the health and safety of students and the wider community in the forefront of any decisions regarding reopening. Please continue to follow the public health and safety guidelines. Do not bow to political pressure from an administration which has proven to be dangerously incompetent in the face of this pandemic. The next speaker is Michael Wilson, teacher at Paloma Valley High School. And he wrote, I have noticed in life things that I want to do and the things I have to do are often at odds with each other. As a teacher at Paloma, I want to be in the classroom. Kids learn better there and it's easier to teach that way too. Unfortunately, the circumstances require a different direction. Putting 36 kids in a small classroom space and shuffling them to 7 periods a day expose each student and teacher to over 250 people every single day. There is a reason schools were the first part of the economy to shut down. Schools are the #1 breeding ground for any pathogen. Our numbers are increasing with the schools closed. If we reopen them, the numbers will skyrocket, which may cause government officials to shutter the economy again. This thing has already killed over 130,000 Americans and is only getting worse. Many question the validity of the numbers. Perhaps you may be among them, but that doesn't matter because they are official government numbers and therefore must serve as the basis for your decision making. It would be irresponsible to reopen the schools at this time. This job isn't supposed to be dangerous. I have multiple pre-existing conditions which greatly increase my chances of negative outcome from COVID. I shouldn't have to choose between my job and potential death, disability. I heard people compare teaching to other frontline jobs, but the sheer number of students that we come into contact with in the confined spaces of our classroom, the fact that they are children who don't know how to social distance and wear masks, all make this far more dangerous than a traditional job. And what of the students who will bring this home to their parents? Our district has over 10,000 students. If each one of them has one or two guardians and this disease is allowed to run its course through our schools, that could result in 15,000 parent infections. If they die at the current mortality rate of 1.5%, that could be as many as 225 parents could die in our district alone. That is a horrible impact on our students and the community as well, as a whole. On July 1st, the district made their initial announcement to reopen with a traditional model. This was the same day the governor closed restaurant dining rooms and beaches again. Even this meeting is being held virtually because of the dangers of gathering people together. This tells us things are getting worse, not better. If it is unsafe to eat a burger at Applebee's, then it is certainly unsafe to send 10,000 children back to school. The decision we make today don't have to be permanent. Let's stay home for now and ride out the curve. We can always reevaluate again at the semester or another time. The next comment is from Noelle Ruiz, teacher, and she wrote, with the number of cases rising every single day in the past month in Riverside County, why aren't you putting more effort into ensuring the safety of staff members and students? Why aren't you mandating social distance and masks in classrooms? Why aren't you promising to provide PPE and sanitizers to your staff and students? Temecula and Val Verde, among others, I'm sure, have already come to an agreement to do this for their staff and students. You sent out a previous email saying that the hybrid model was the one that was most likely going to be put into place. What happened to this? This would have allowed for the social distancing many of us need to feel safe. What is the protocol if a teacher tests positive for COVID-19? Do all their 180 plus students have the quarantine for 14 days? What about the rest of the people that those students come into contact with during the course of a typical day? The students are being allowed to choose distance learning. Are you allowing your staff members to choose? You do have teachers on your staff who are immunocompromised or who live with immunocompromised person, in case you didn't know. Many of the students also live with elderly grandparents who are more at risk from contracting COVID-19 and subsequently dying. The next comment is from Denise Telez, a parent, and she wrote, thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding turning to school in the fall. My name is Denise Telez, and I am a parent of a Perris High School student and an Innovation Horizon student, and also an educator in the Moreno Valley Unified School District. My two sons have been outside of school, and I have been teaching via distance learning from home since March. My boys need to return to school to see their educators and friends in person, and to learn in the classroom and not through a computer screen. It is important for their development, social and emotional well-being, and mental health. In addition, with two working parents, it may become increasingly difficult to do our jobs with the boys at home. However, what my children need even more is to stay physically healthy and to do their part to keep others physically healthy. While not being at school could be detrimental to their development and mental health, the possibility of students and educators inadvertently infecting each other and possibly causing illness or death is infinitely worse. Being at home and learning from home is temporary, and 100% distance learning is what the district must do to keep the staff and students safe. Because of this, we must start the school year full virtual while giving every student the opportunity to regularly meet individually with their teachers online. Speaking of staff, I urge the districts to include the Perris Teacher Association and Perris Elementary Association in discussions regarding what is upcoming the school year will look like and the CDC requirements to keep everyone safe. No one understands our children, our schools, and what it will take to reopen schools safely more than the people that teach our kids. Listen to your educators. With each day, more and more districts are going full virtual for the fall. It is better and wiser to start the year with caution and gradually return to risk people's health and safety as the main option, and then have to backtrack. To the speakers, people who say that the death rates are still low, yes, death rates will remain low if there is a capacity at hospitals. If we go back to schools, now cases will continue to increase. We will exceed capacity and people will die. I encourage both districts to take the lead and make the right decision now, or choice now. 100% distance learning in the fall. Thank you. Monica Torres, teacher, she's the next speaker. She wrote, I do not feel comfortable putting myself and my family and my loved ones at risk and would like to teach virtually. My students are high risk and they can easily fall sick, and I would not feel like a just and caring person and an educator if I were to ask them to come out of safety of their homes and put all of our lives at risk, especially when I could give them the same education they need virtually. I think that it is important to keep in mind this pandemic is temporary. Even if it lasts 2 years or longer, there is an end. And more seriously and safely we handle this matter, the sooner it will be over and the sooner we can return to life as usual at home and at school. Where we go is wrong right here, right now. By making students and staff go to school when it's not yet safe, if we keep forcing things to better when they are not just not. We will never get back to normal, and we are getting back to normal will continuously be postponed. Not much will change in a month, and we're doing this board meeting virtually because it's not safe to meet in person. However, you are asking students and ourselves to meet in person in the classroom, despite it being part-time. In what world does this make any sense? The next comment is from Paul, and he wrote, another consideration in delivering the question in class teaching, how are you going to get the students in class? It's almost certainly that many will stay home. Your attendance numbers will plummet, and they will have to implement distance learning anyway. Distance learning now. The next comment is from Risa Rosenstein, teacher at Plum Valley High School. On Tuesday, in testimony to the Israeli parliament, Dr. Udi Kleiner Sadesky, deputy, reported that schools not returning or gyms turned out to be the country's worst mega infectors. Again, this could be an interest of Americans who were told by a presidential tweet in all caps that schools must open in the fall. She referenced the Time of Israel article, and the quote was, Israel school epidemics. 2 weeks after Israel fully reopened schools, a COVID-19 outbreak sweeping through the classrooms, including at least 130 cases at a single school, has led officials to close dozens of schools where students and staff were infected. The next comment is from Ashley Haydock. I would like to know about freshman orientation, legacy launch, etc. this year. I would like an update on sports. I see cheer and volleyball on the calendar. Do you plan for that? The next comment is from Noelle Kamen, and she wrote, greetings, board members and members of our community. I'd very much like the board to address the concerns of teachers and support staff during this meeting. How is the safety of teachers being considered during this process? Also, what criteria has been established for closing the schools to in-person instruction? How many COVID cases? How many deaths? What is the number that would justify schools closing for in-person instruction? We really need to be meticulous and thoughtful about as many scenarios as possible. I would ask before you reconsider the reopening plan that you make decisions on the hard questions first. We are actually talking about life and death here. Thank you. Next comment is from Joe Ellett, teacher, and he wrote, I have been teaching in this district for 17 years and have also had 2 students currently enrolled at Paloma Valley High School. With everything I've read, it seems like we need to wear masks and social distance to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Only a fully online plan or hybrid plan will seem to be workable with the current state of the pandemic. So I am very disappointed to see the hybrid option was no longer available. I will not feel comfortable with 36 students in my classroom this fall. With that number of students in the room, each person could typically reach and touch at least 5 other students without getting out of their seat. My children were requesting the fully online plan. We hope that the district will put in place a clearly communicated plan that will keep students and teachers safe. The next comment is from Chalise Zimmerman, and she wrote, when will we know about high school athletes restarting? Next comment is from Aaron Winston, teacher. Why would you decide the fate of our future without even the courtesy of discussing with us? You can't even sit in the same room to make the decision, yet I'm supposed to be in a classroom with almost 40 people or a locker room with 200 plus people in close quarters without a step-by-step plan or guide on how you will keep me unaffected. I am sadly not surprised you would risk our lives and protect yours as you sit in an office behind a computer screen. Next comment is from Julia Marie. How will you be protecting students in the schools? What will you do if a student no longer feels comfortable going to campus and needs to switch to distance? Next comment is from Courtney Powers, and she wrote, please consider the social and emotional health of employees and students as people are being asked to enter into potentially hazardous classrooms and environments. My family is fearful of me having to walk into a classroom and come home infected and infecting others. Next comment is from Shannon Romero. She wrote, what is the district doing to protect teachers or staff with compromised immune systems? Next comment is from Xavier Padilla, counselor. Dear board members, first and foremost, I know that COVID has really changed things, and I am hopeful that the board finds the best solution possible that involves the safety and health of all of our students and staff that are part of the PUHSD family. I have two questions. One, since traditional school is now an option for our families, and from the last board meeting, it was stated that the classrooms could go up to 36-1, what assurances will the district provide to their students and staff that the utmost care will occur to make sure the students and staff are taken care of? I find it very hard to believe that we can have 6 feet of distance and proper disinfecting of each classroom when schools start at 20-1, let alone 36-1. Example, when one period ends, there are only 6 minutes for an entire class to leave the room to get to the next class. As a new set of students come in, who will clean each desk and each chair that formerly occupied by another student? We can't assume that the desk and chair sitting is in a safe after an occupant has left there for 50 minutes. Who is going to clean all those desks and chairs when each period ends? If you're going to require that teachers do it every passing period, what safeguards are you providing them? And is it justified that you require teachers to do it every period? Teachers are not certified to properly disinfect classrooms. I just don't see how we can keep our students and staff safe with a large number of being infected. Number two, Perris High School is going through construction and our walking areas and our entire school have gotten smaller. As a counselor, I, along with my counselor counterparts, have all been moved into one science classroom. My new office does not allow for 6 feet of distancing. How will the district make sure that all staff that are in this situation be safeguarded when they cannot keep the recommended clearance? I will be going to work, and although I am healthy, my wife has a weak immune system. She isn't diagnosed with a weak immune system, but being married to her for 24 years, whenever she gets a common flu or cold, it takes her forever to recover, and I've had to take her to the emergency on a few occasions when it was just the common flu. If I get COVID and I'm not aware that I have contracted it, I fear for my wife and what I could be bringing home. How can you assure me that all my colleagues and students are in the same situation that this will be okay? Number three, since you are requiring staff to return to work with a large population, when will you provide us testing for COVID to make sure that when we return, we are not a carrier? And how often should the staff be tested if you are requiring everyone to return to a campus populated by over 1,000 students and staff, possibly 2,000 or more students and staff? Thank you for your time. And once more, I know this is a difficult time for everyone. And it is imperative that we all keep the communication open and that we be as transparent as possible. Next comment is from Stephanie Zinzun. Why was the hybrid model option removed? When we go back, since there will be both traditional and online, I will be expected to do double the work. Will I get paid extra or will I be given an extra prep periods to prepare? If I get COVID and have to be out 14 days, how is my sub going to be paid? If I get sick at school, regardless of how long I'm out, is that part of workers' comp, considering the district knows I'm in danger? Why are masks going to be an option depending on the state guidelines if case numbers are going up? And the next comment is from Marissa Billions. She wrote, I am concerned about the full reopening of the school to traditional business. It is impossible to socially distance 36 teenagers in a standard classroom, not to mention the proper sanitization between classes and enforcing the mask wearing as well. We canceled school when there were only a handful of cases in March. Now we are spiking at an alarming rate with over 40 new cases in Menifee alone in the last 2 days. The state of California had its highest number of infections recorded just yesterday. I am confused as to how there is justification for a full reopen now. You are having this meeting virtually from the safety of your homes. How is it you expect us to go into the classroom in less than a month safely? It was also rumored that there will be a no mask policy, which goes against the state guidelines. How can you possibly keep anyone safe that way? What will the plans be for frequent quarantines and potential infection? We should not be penalized for the increased risk and hazard to our health and safety and that to our families. How will it be handled if a teacher or a student tests positive? Will everyone in contact have to be quarantined for a week or two minimums? That concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams. So at this time, I believe we're going to go into closed session. We're leaving off here at 9.1. So we're still in 9.1. So closed session. We're going for closed session at 5:56 p.m.
You need a motion and a second and vote on that, Tony.
Do I have a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Okay. Trustee Garcia, Trustee Arau is the second. Okay, well, 5:57. See you in,
I believe we need to. I believe we need to vote to go into closed session, though.
do we need to vote to go to? Okay, let's do that. Sarah,
Dr. Freeman and Dr. Rao both left the meeting.
oh boy.
I'll find them. It's okay.
Verbal.
Do the
Okay.
rest of you take a vote?
Yes, you need to take a verbal. It would just be a verbal one as it's not on the agenda. So you would not do it electronically.
Oh, okay. Do we have a third left?
You haven't voted for into adjournment.
Looks like me, you, and Mr. Nelson is still on.
Okay, that's three. So,
Okay, I just talked to them in closed session meeting and told them to come back.
okay. We'll wait for everybody.
Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, there's Randy.
David's given us what for.
It's okay.
We just need to do a quick vote to go into closed session, just verbally. So, Trustee Arau, you're muted. Jose?
I think he's frozen.
Oh yeah, sure is.
You can ask our votes first, and then hopefully catch up. There he is.
There he is.
Okay, yes, I agree.
Okay, we got it. Trustee Dr. Freeman, Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and myself, aye. We officially, let's revise that closed session at 5:59.
We don't have to vote.
No electronic. No,
Okay.
we're coming. Okay. We're back from closed session. We'll be going into open session now at 6:50 p.m. We're on item 9.1, curriculum. We'll be seeing a presentation from Mr. Bennett.
Yes,
That's
Sarah,
fine.
can you get that running, Sarah?
And we'll see you on the other side of that.
So the first slide is just the header: school reopening plans, instructional models for the Perris Union High School District today on July 8th, 2020. You can go ahead and skip, Sarah. So what we're just start out talking about is just align our values to our direction, how we, we follow the public health guidelines to safely reopen, maintaining caring and diverse supportive learning environment, move student learning forward by maintaining LCAP goals and student achievement, systematic protocols to keep students, teachers, and staff safe, maintain clear communication and transparency. And if on the left side of that, you see all the different organizations that we've been working with as we have gone through the pandemic and looking at how we're going to start school again and bring people back to school in the district. Go ahead and switch, Sarah. So on this slide, I have the two instructional models, and I'm going to talk about the hybrid model a little bit down the road, down a couple more slides forward. But because we're kind of using these two and hybrid, we blended into that. So traditional and distance learning models. Go ahead, Sarah. So our distance learning model, full-time with some flexibility in it. If a student's full-time distance learning, they're home all day, at home doing all their coursework. They'll meet with their teachers virtually, following a set lesson plans. The kids will have class activities 5 days a week on distance learning. They're expected to be about in the system for about 25 hours a week, working towards their proficiency. The time requirements involve independent and teacher-driven instruction, and we talked with the union yesterday about 2 to 3 days a week they'd be doing synchronous learning with the students if we're doing a full distance learning model, because we think that's so important, the interaction with the teacher on a daily basis. The time requirements will involve independent and teacher-driven instruction as assigned times. If they have algebra first period, it's going to be 7:45 to 8:40 every day. They'd have that available. The teacher would be available either to do lessons, or they would have pre-recorded items or have activities for the kids to be doing during that time. We're using the district adopted curriculum and working on the California state standards. Students will have the opportunity to take courses. If we get back to where we're on campus, the kids would have the opportunity to take certain courses on campus for part of the day. Let's say they want to be part of the band, and that's not a virtual class you could take. So they could, if we're back having kids on campus, they could come and take that class, or they could take a lab science class. They may need to come in to do the lab work and things like that. Based on student progress towards graduation requirements, students may also have the opportunity to take a reduced course load, because with our schedule of 7 classes a day, a student can earn 280 credits in 4 years. Well, they only need 225 to graduate. So they're taking many more courses than they need for graduation. A lot of kids want to take the extra courses because it helps them for college. Other kids may want to get off early because they're going to help their family out working or doing other things. So we want to have that flexibility in the schedule too. We would still make sure the kids are there enough periods a day, up to 4 periods a day to count as being a student, but we may look at giving them some options. And then as part of a distance learning, when athletics come back and extracurricular activities come back, they'd be available to those students on distance learning also. Any questions on that as I move forward?
The athletics, what are we currently doing? I mean, that's on hold. So
right, CIF is going to make an announcement on July 20th on athletics. They're talking about maybe moving the fall season of sports till January to start, and have only a shortened season. They would play only league games, then go into playoffs. And then they also talk about basketball, the winter season starting, usually starts in November, would possibly be starting in February. And then the spring season in April, possibly. So we're waiting for direction from CIF. They're going to let us know when we possibly could be bringing sports back. It would still be our decision if we don't feel like we're ready in our area to do that. It would still be our district decision to go forward.
And are all stipends and everything on hold until they're actually doing that work?
I believe so. I think Kirk has. Yes, he's shaking his head. Yes.
Okay.
Like with some coaches, we haven't hired yet because we don't know if we're going to be able to play the sport. So we're holding up on some of those things, and we'd hold up on any stipends also, and depending on when they would actually be able to do the work.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Rao?
Thank you, Trustee Stafford and Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, you mentioned that there are going to be the opportunity for some students, depending on the classes, to come to campus, for example, band. Have the district or have we developed a specific plan to ensure the safety of the students and the band director? Because through the distance learning, the majority of all the students are going to be at home and the teachers, and we are not facing any risk. But the ones who receive that opportunity, do we have a specific plan with the specific guidelines, with expectations for the teachers, for the students, responsibilities, the administration on how we are going to implement those opportunities?
That would only the student coming on campus, any students coming on campus would only come into play if we were back having students on campus, either a traditional full-time or a hybrid program. So we would have our same way that we ensure safety of our staff when we go back traditional or hybrid in place that would affect these kids also.
Well, the guidelines or the plan that we had for traditional, they were not going to be successful. We were planning to have 36 students in one classroom. My question is, do we have a specific plan, or when we provide these opportunities to these special programs to come to campus, and the specific guidelines already to protect the students and the teacher and the staff involved, including administrators?
That would be part of the work as we move forward. We have a task force working together to working on all different aspects of bringing kids back on campus, and that's one of the goals of those task force.
Okay, so at this time, we don't have that plan, but if the board, after this presentation, decides to go with this instructional model, that is going to be addressed and that is going to be developed, right? And
Yes.
in the meetings, in any of the models, any of the questions, whatever is approved, in the next meeting on your, we are going to be concerned.
You're breaking up again, Dr. Rao.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, you broke up at the end there.
Again.
Dr. Freeman? No? Okay. Go ahead.
Continue then.
Yeah, go ahead, Grant.
Sarah, go ahead and switch it, please. Oh, there we go. So full distance learning, these are guiding principles that we were talking about. We want to make sure we're doing high quality instruction. We have a plan for how we're going to work with our teachers to learn how the best way to teach kids online, how it would work for them. We're looking at social emotional learning of our students, how we're going to use our mental health programs to help kids that are struggling. A lot of kids struggle being at home that long. So I want to make sure we're reaching out to them and doing what they need to be successful. Student learning assessments, we want to make sure we're giving the kids feedback and looking at as they're learning how the I lost the word. Sorry. We want to be able to give them feedback and intervention if necessary, using some of the tools that we already have. The attendance will be taken through IC, our normal infant campus, and now grades will be issued based on the essential standards that the kids are meeting. structured academic schedules to support access. That's what I was talking about. It would be like a regular bell schedule, even if they're on distance learning, where they have their algebra class from 7:45 to 8:40, 8:45, 8:47, whatever they go on to their English class. And we are going to need to work on building our support for the independent learning that students are going to have to do, whether it be, using some Khan Academy stuff, some Math Excel things, other programs that are out there to help students that have been struggling, and they can do it digitally. Any questions on that as I move?
No.
Just a comment.
Yes, Randy.
With the distance learning, I would expect that there would be less behavior problems resulting in suspensions and or expulsions.
Correct.
That's just kind of obvious, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes, Dr. Rouse.
did Dr. Freeman finish? I'm sorry.
Yes, he's all done.
Yeah. Okay, I have.
You're gone. Froze.
Rose. Oh,
Did anyone else have a?
Well, while he's frozen, what would the counselor's duties be in this?
Well, we would work with the task force on that, but I could see it being where I would think the counselors could be reaching out to kids that aren't participating where they should be in the classes to help get them back on track. What do they need to? Why aren't you participating in your algebra class and those type of things to help monitor their progress as they go through? And there other things, other duties also. They'd still be dealing with some social emotional things and maybe even counseling groups online in a smaller format and things like that.
Dr. Rao, you froze for most of your talk there, so you have to start over.
Oh, okay. I was asking in the full distance learning if we have developed a plan in terms of the guidelines for students' responsibilities, for example. Are they going to be every day attending the classes? Are they required to attend the classes? Are they required to do the assignments? Because we had an experience this last semester and our teachers did a wonderful job. They tried really hard, but we told them since the beginning that was not required, the work. I think this semester is going to change that completely. Like it's going to be an 180 degrees change. Is that correct, Mr. Ben?
Oh yes, definitely. We have to share the expectation with each kid, what they're going to have to do with the teachers, how they're going to be working with the students. So we're working on building a real robust online program as we move forward, and we're going to use the teachers coming in to do that. And that's one of the things that I was later in the slide later, but I can share. We're looking at possibly moving the start date a couple days down, and take the PD days that we're going to have in October and put them at the front of the year, so we can have the staff work on building those high quality lessons that at least through the first 6 weeks to get them going, and then during the regular year keep building those in part of their PLC and collaboration time.
Yes, and it is my understanding that I was concerned on the full distance learning, and I wanted to ensure that we are providing the social emotional support to our students. That is really important. But I'm confident. Dr. Newman mentioned, I think in one of the slides, the next slides, about a program that is called Distance Learning Handbook. I believe so, Dr. Newman. And you even commented in one at the beginning of the book, and you address the issue that social emotional is embedded there. And that is something that is really going to help our students. Are we talking about training our teachers in that process, in the distance learning handbook process? Or
Yeah, that is correct. We are sending our TOSAs, our coaches are going to the distance learning training and bringing that back to our teachers. And like Mr. Bennett was referring to the beginning of the year, we're going to have some training to support that work with our teachers, but also as Mr. Bennett was sharing earlier about our counselors, they're counselor tips of the day. There's also Care Solace is a program we're referring kids out to. So I believe at our last meeting, Mr. Bruff shared kind of that overall plan of just all the social emotional supports that will be provided when we get back. But specifically, yes, what you're saying in terms of providing teacher support in terms of the social learning as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Newman. I have another question. I'm concerned also, how are we planning to provide the support to the special education students and English learners? Because in my opinion, that is going to be a challenge, right, to provide a high quality instruction online. But I'm sure we can work on this and develop a system, a plan, an approach where and train also provide a professional development to our teachers in order to ensure that our students, our special ed students, are provided with the accommodations or modifications that they need in order to be successful. Because we want everybody, all of our students to be successful and be able to continue. You mentioned during the last meeting, a continuity, curricular continuity. I think that's the term that you use. We want to ensure the learning of everybody. How are we addressing our special ed and ELs, English learners?
Yeah. So, I mean, in regards to both groups, we're working with, and specifically with our English learners, working with our task force. And so Charles Tippy will be working with that, the leadership team who has assembled, working for about, I believe, about 4 years together. So working that team to make sure that those components are still taking place and supporting teachers that are providing the designated ELD support, making sure that's still happening in regards to distance learning. In addition to that, making sure that we're continuing to train all teachers in terms of how we support our English learners. And part of that is ensuring that all our coursework is accessible. You know, so many of the strategies that support our English learners also support all kids. And so part of that instructional continuity plan that you were talking about in terms of how we're posting information, how we're sharing information, ensuring that those kids have access to everything from all their classes. In regards to special education, our special ed team is working right now in terms of planning for next year, just having IEPs to ensure that we can make that transition smoothly in terms of supporting those students as well. So Bill will be moving in that direction. As soon as we finalize kind of what we're doing as we're having this discussion today, he'll begin the process of ensuring that we're supporting our special education. I think we talked about that last year, ensuring that that's considered on the front end, not on the back end. So it's important to have that conversation.
Okay, thank you. The next question would be for Ms. Rains. Full distance learning implies, right, access to the internet from their families. What is our plan to ensure that the families who at this time do not have internet access, or do we know how many? Do we have some budget set aside in order to address that? How are we going to do it? Are we considering hotspots? Can you expand on that? How, if the decision is this one, how would we ensure? How are we going to ensure that they have access to it?
Well, I would defer many of those questions to Mr. Williams. However, in terms of the budget for the strategy that we would need to ensure there, part of the federal learning loss dollars that we would be receiving specifically for this.
I'll jump in here. This is Mr. Williams. But before I start, could I ask people to mute their mics that aren't on there, because it's providing feedback for the viewers at home. So if everybody could mute their mics, it would prevent feedback. Okay, so we had purchased a number of Chromebooks that are LTE capable. And so a lot of Chromebooks are not LTE capable. So as you know, we've started Scholar Plus in 2013, and we've been leaders in the region with one-to-one technology and a learning management system. And our students have acquired a certain amount of tech skills in that fashion. But one of the goals of Scholar Plus and one of the desired outcomes was to provide equitable opportunities for all students, especially those from previously that have been previously underserved. And we haven't been able to and the inception of Scholar Plus reach all our goals. We were able to reach goals like digital citizenship, and we have been certified, but we've never been able to meet totally the goal of making sure that every student is connected, to the full capability that we would like them. And so that is a goal, and that is our highest concern. So Dr. Rao and board and cabinet and those at home, we purchased Chromebooks that are LTE capable, and we will provide a data plan for those. And that would be like a first layer. The second layer would be working with the cabinet to budget for hotspots. And hotspots come with a different level of sort of functionality and user responsibility. And we will be providing hotspots. Will it be perfect, and will we get everybody? Well, I hope so. But I think we are going to be the first district in the region that's providing Chromebooks that would be able to be have a data connection without having to go through a hotspot. And we find that's a far better thing to do, because all of our Chromebooks are filtered. All of our Chromebooks have a Go Guardian on them so that we can keep the students away from bad stuff. Our students also, it has a safety management thing for self-harm. And as you know, I've discussed this with you before, we want to keep our students safe online. So our plan is to do two things. One is to have Chromebooks that are LTE eligible and identify students that are going to need those and implement those. But what we would probably tell them is that this is, this is a temporary solution. Let's work on a permanent solution. What I might have shared to the board at one time, and I wanted to repeat that, we partnered with Human IT, I forgot their name, Human IT. We provide them surplus, and then they turn that equipment around and get it to the community. But they are also, we provide them a number, and they're a liaison for our families to interface with these internet providers. So some families that do want to take advantage of the low cost internet, maybe $5 or $10 a month, and they have the ability to do so. Some of the barriers are that they have to wait online for an hour to get through. And some of the barriers are a language barrier, and Human IT has a process to help remove those barriers. Previously, I was the only liaison helping them do that, and I speak some Spanish, but that's the only other language I speak. But Human IT has been removing that barrier. So in summary, we have Chromebooks that are LTE capable. We're going to get a data plan, and we're going to get those out to students. We're going to have a budget for hotspots, and we're going to do our best to identify those students who are in need that don't have sufficient Wi-Fi at home. They might have Wi-Fi at home, but they have 3 or 4 brothers, and so that might not be sufficient. So we want to try to do our best on that. And we've also partnered with Human IT to be that interface for families that can afford some low low pricing internet services and get them hooked up. If any questions on that?
No, thank you, sir. We can talk next in the next board meeting in more detail. I share with Mr. Bennett a project that I'm interested and I want to present to the board. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do it right now, but it is about a neighboring district is already doing this, and I would like to pilot where we can have the towers and we can provide directly the internet service to our community. And we can partner even with the city of Perris, the city government, and maybe the city of Menifee also, in order to do a partnership and provide that without the service providers. But that is something that I would like to share later on. I don't know if he already shared that with you.
Right. So I can speak. There's a little bit of feedback here. If anybody can mute their mic. Dr. Rao, that is an awesome proposition that you mentioned. What you might not know is that I've had my eyes on this type of thing for a long time. We try to keep our district future-proof, and we try to forecast what's going to come around. And we've used really good tools to forecast those things. And so what you're talking about is some districts, like districts in Texas that build $150 million football stadiums, they build their own network. And they become like a internet provider for the area. That's like the platinum level, that's sort of out of reach. But what you're talking about is that there's an education spectrum, an education band that the federal government has allowed and has sold like licensing to, and that's like one level. But the one you're specifically talking about is kind of like a CB band. And I don't want to get in the weeds too much, but rest assured that nobody in this region is going to be doing that without me bugging them and on their tails and making sure the district is involved. So I can tell you, Dr. Rao, that I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. But if those people who think they're going to get that in this region and not involve Perris Union, they have another thing coming. We will be involved in the planning. Just so you know, they're in the planning of it. It is a dream, and it's my dream too. So rest assured, we are on board with that.
Okay, and let's, I'm glad that we're talking about this, and let's focus on that, and let's act upon that, not only as a plan. We will talk later about that. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
And another thing we talked about a little bit today about we have kids that live out in some rural areas. Maybe they can't get the internet there at all. We're talking about maybe even using our bus service to pick up kids, bring them to the school site because we have open internet there, and put them in either library or in those areas, social distancing, because we would still have paraprofessionals that may be available to help them, and administrators on campus to help out doing that. Just for those kids that really can't get the internet at their place, can we reach out and do that also to help the families?
Yeah, no, excellent. And what Mr. Williams was mentioning is something that we should pursue independently of the decision, even if it's traditional, if it's hybrid, or it's full distance learning. That is something that we should pursue. Thank you.
I 100% agree. And I do not mean to make this board meeting to go longer, but I can tell you anecdotally, we see kids huddling around my office using our Wi-Fi, using Scholar Plus as we branded the Wi-Fi. We see students huddled around the district office after hours. And so if that's an option for students to safely do so, to use Wi-Fi on our campus, we more than encourage it.
Okay, ready to go? Can I continue on then? Other questions or continue? Sarah, could you switch to the next slide? So traditional learning full-time in the classroom. Basically, this is just saying that we go back to how we were before March 13th. You know, all the class sizes, although we wouldn't be able to do the 6-foot separation at this time. But this traditional is traditional, like I was talking about. It would just be normal school, like nothing had ever happened. So that is another option that we do have available to us. And some of the same things, they could have a reduced schedule. Sarah, could you go to the next one, please? Now, this one is really what people have called the hybrid model. I called it traditional plus and distance learning plus, or blended. All those things run together, hybrid. It would be a classroom instruction combined with independent learning at home, 2 days a week in the classroom, 3 days a week supporting independent learning at home, and a flexible learning schedule. The reason I put it down as traditional plus and distance learning plus and didn't break it into its own, because I believe that this system could work in any of the other two systems. If we have kids that are on traditional track, but only, they want to come in and take their AP class or their chemistry class, something like that, they could do that, but then they could be at home doing other classes also. So it would be our blended model, but in a flexible learning schedule. And if kids were on distance learning, this may be something they want to do. If they want to play in the band, let's say, then we put them on a blended program and come in and take the band class. Or if they're an athlete, they want to come at the end of the school day and take under a blended model. Any questions on that one? So we're not totally cutting out.
I did have one question. I'm sorry. What all classes would this include? Like drama classes? You said band. Would we be including PE in this type of thing? What exactly are we talking about in terms of the classes that would be on campus?
Well, as a blended model, it would be those classes that if a kid's on distance learning, they can't take them at home. Like, let's say a ceramics class, or like you said, a certain PE class. They want to be involved in the dance class at school. That's something that they can't do at home. So it's looking at some of those classes that you can't really isn't the best situation to do it from home.
Do you think it might be possible for those who need some or want some PE credit to be able to do it through an outside agency such as a gym class or a martial arts class or something like that?
Well, that's a possibility. We've given credit for kids that were athletes. Like we had a Olympic type gymnast at a school, and we gave her PE credits for what she was competing at. But it is something that if they wanted to come and take a PE class like that, it would be available to them.
Mr. Bennett,
Yeah.
the instructional option choice here would actually be number 2, right? In a way of working towards traditional.
Yes, it could be a jumping off point moving towards traditional. If we were say doing all distance learning for everybody,
Yes.
and then we get an okay that we can start bringing kids back on campus. This is one way to do it. Another part of that could be that if we have to do A and B days where we can only have 18 kids in a class and not 36, we could do it. We could use the blended program to have 18 come Monday, the rest of the class comes Tuesday, and then do the same thing on Wednesday, Thursday, and everybody would have a Friday doing distance learning at home. A lot of different options that as we move forward that we could put in place as a blended model.
Yes, because there's so many issues about, the PPEs and sanitizing and all those things that have to work into these schedules somehow.
Right.
We have to address yet still, but that's digging deeper into it. So I just wanted to be clear that we won't be going from the online distance straight into traditional.
No, I see us having to phase it in again. And
Okay.
if we did, and then that would how the blended program I could see working very well for us.
I see us never returning completely to the traditional model. I think that we're going to end up finding ourselves in the future had more of this model in our high schools coming when all this is said and done.
Okay. I just want to reassure, the constituents and the parents and everyone out there that, the order we're going in. So we don't get confused here again, that we know we're not jumping from one straight to the other because, that was important.
And Mr. Bennett and President Stafford, can I provide some nuance to this slide?
Mhm.
Some of the really good examples that we've seen across the country for some of the subjects that you mentioned on how you would handle a PE class or an art class or a class that required a wet lab science, like how would you handle that? This has been addressed by some really good schools in Southern California that we can see how they did that specifically for PE. Students had to online create a workout plan or a health plan or a meal plan, and there's lots of things that they would do. And this was obviously prior to COVID-19, but the students would only come on class with a purpose, and that purpose would be to run the mile or to do the ceramics. And so this really makes the model purposeful on what is the reason why you're here? Are you on campus to do these things? Otherwise, you're online. So we've had some pretty good examples that we can pull from on how you do these subjects that might seem a little difficult to do.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Okay, Mr. Bennett. You're muted. Muted, Grant.
There we go. I'm back, I think.
Okay.
So we talk about the two, and then the third option is here that we're looking at, the blended model. The instruction model, traditional model, most parents have said they wanted the traditional model coming from them. And distance learning model, what we're looking at is it gives us better safety for our students, staff, and teachers altogether. Yes, Dr. Rouse.
Mr. Bennett, you just mentioned most parents are preferring the traditional model. I have two questions for you in that respect. If I remember correctly, it was 51% of the parents. So it's barely the majority of the parents who wanted traditional model. The second question is, when did they take the survey? Because in the last few weeks, the situation of a pandemic has been increasing really, really big.
No, I agree.
When was the survey?
The first one was done probably a month ago, I believe, about a month ago. But the most current one we've done with when we were asking if people wanted online, all distance learning or traditional, it was about 70% of the parents had said they wanted traditional, given out of the two options.
Okay, when did you administer that and when did we get the results for that survey? Because I was not aware of that survey.
Well, it's still open through Friday, but we're looking at the numbers as they've come in right now, because that was the question that was sent out to parents, asking if they wanted online or would they prefer traditional.
Okay. How many parents have participated in the survey? In the
If I
one
remember
that
correctly,
we
it was about 2,500 so far, if I remember right.
2,500 out of about 10,000, right? that
Yeah.
we have. So we're talking about 25%.
Yeah.
Of the parents
It's,
who are administering.
it's actually up to about 3,500 now.
Is it?
Yes, about 3,500. It's because of the number continues to climb.
Okay. 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 That was my question in terms of this slide.
Okay. You know, looking at, as we would look through the distance, one of the reasons we want to find out if people want to be on distance learning for the whole year type of thing is we want to let the school build two different kinds of master schedule, one with all online learning and one that would be the other, whichever other program we were looking at going down the road. If we're going to, it gives us an easy way to pivot and move kids from, let's say, a total online program to a hybrid program. It would let us have easier flexibility to do that and less time consuming for our counselors and our admin. And we would build a master schedule with both things in place. And we were continuing to gather information on the model preferred. Like Dr. Newman said, we had about 1,000 more come in. Things we have to look at is a consideration for families who may develop fears or concerns in regards to the transmission of COVID-19. They may be people that want to choose to stay home on a distance learning model. Sarah, could you shift it to the next one, please? That's the same one. One more, Sarah. There we go. And other concerns we're considering as we're looking at these different options is the house, and we've heard that from some of our staff and parents, the households with individuals with increased risk factor of severe illness, those underlying conditions, and working that way. We can adjust I talked about a little earlier, we're talking about adjusting the school calendar to allow teachers professional development time to build lessons, objectives, and get a bit more training in using the distance learning program. And we would do that by moving two of those professional development days from October to August 5th and 6th. So the kids would still have a 180-day calendar. Teachers still have a 186-day work year like usual. We just moving a couple of days around so we could better address what the teachers need to be ready for the full-blown program we're working on. And Dr. Rao brought this up, we have to make sure we're doing things better with distance learning than we have in the past, the end of the year here. We were holding the kids harmless on not on the work and the teachers a little bit too. Now this would be the regular class. The kids are going to be graded A through F on those. We have to have higher expectations for them, more rigorous program through the distance learning than we've offered in the past. We've been working really well with both of our units, bargain units right now. I know we had a 6-hour meeting with PSEA yesterday to look at how we could address some things. And Kirk had I think another 4 or 5 hour meeting today with CSEA. And we're talking about what we're going to do. And, our goal is always to keep safety, health, and well-being of everyone at the forefront of all we do. We don't want to we don't want to come in and put anybody at risk, whether it be a staff member, whether it be a parent coming on campus, whether it be a student. All those areas, we want to keep everybody healthy. We don't want to have anyone go down. I don't want that on my watch as a superintendent to be the one to make the call and do something, and we have somebody pass away because of a decision I made. I don't want to see that at all. Any questions on that one?
No. So at this time, we have been presented with the 3 models. right? Probably some parents or staff members, they might thinking, if we don't want to do what you are saying, right, why were we planning to do traditional, right? So today that is going to be addressed, that situation, and we have listened to the three instructional models. Thank you. And specifically on this slide, I don't have any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Just so we're clear of that order, it just seems, I don't know, maybe you couldn't switch it around, but the slow progression to returning to normal is what I envision. So, Trustee Nelson, you're muted. So,
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Bennett, was this the last slide? Did we have any other information to present?
I had a couple other slide, one more slide that I'd like to share with you.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Sarah could switch that for us.
Sarah, can you have it go with all it loading?
Okay, and Dr. Newman talked about this last meeting quite a bit about the instructional continuity when we're looking between traditional and distance learning. And this is how we'd be working with them. You know, each teacher having a web page posted on the school website. Canvas is our learning management system, is a launching point to roadmap to learning. So that's where teachers post a lot of their work in Canvas and grading. Using Google Classroom is also another learning management system that we can use for kids to be able to access the materials. You know, we want the syllabus to be learning to teaching through continuity. And that's something Dr. Newman's really hard over the last year and a half with our staff. And if we go online, if we have an online program, we would have the same expectations as we would regardless if they're in the classroom or not, as we looking at the instructional continuity, and what we expect of our teachers and what we expect of our kids. Charles, did you have something you want to add on that?
No, I think you summarized it. I think it's just kind of identifying those procedures that have to be in place to transition between either of the models that we have. And I think if we have these components in place, I know the team that me and Joe have been working with, we've identified these are instrumental in ensuring that we have the tools in place to transition between the models.
Thank you, Charles. Joe, did you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bennett. So I maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I had a controversial position that all teachers should learn how to teach in the distance learning model, that it would pay off, and you could easily turn a distance learning model and take that material and use it in person, and that position is no longer controversial. And so if you're looking at an instructional continuity model, just to summarize what Mr. Bennett said, and so, you know, I can tell you that the YouTube statistics, we had about 300 teachers online watching this. And so if this is news to you, we're letting you know that we're going to work with teachers to create that teacher webpage that is the launch point for parents to know who their teacher is. So it's just a single facing brochure. I'm your teacher. This is my class. These are the tools I use. Here's how you contact me. Here's how you access Infinite Campus. And it's that location for parents and students to know who their teacher is, aside from being able to see them from face to face. And then we're going to be using the tools. If we go up the thing, we're going to be using the tools, and we're going to be using a learning management system. And what I mentioned before was that all learners deserve a roadmap. All learners deserve a roadmap on the unit plan and the module and the lesson, and they deserve to know the goals. And we're going to ask teachers to scope and sequence their lesson in like a Google Doc, and we're going to assist them to put it in a learning management system so that all these learners will have a roadmap for these units and these modules. Now, we might just be a few weeks ahead of the students, but we're going to do our best to keep those teachers going. If you have any questions about that. And the use of Google Classroom is more of a workflow. It's the docs, it's the spreadsheets, it's the workflow on how to get things done. And it's connected, so connected to a syllabus so that the students understand what they're doing. And on the top of that are all the various tools that we use per content. We use Math Excel, we use Newsella, we use Plato, we use Pearson and HMH. These are like would have been our textbooks, and we have those online tools. So we have some professional development that's coming up for teachers. As you know, that we offered the leading edge certification training. We're closing that survey today, and about approximately 150 teachers that agreed to take the leading edge certification, and we're going to get a PO, and we're going to work in a model to prepare them for this. We're also working to get a number of people to attend the online Menifee Google Summit. It's 2 days and it's virtual, and we're working on that to assist teachers in doing that. Grant Bennett revealed today that we're working with the unions to move around the schedule so that first week of school, we can have those teachers together, virtually, not in a room. We're not making that. So, we can have them virtually, and our tech coaches and TOSAs and others can work with the teams to put all this stuff together. So if we have those 5 days, we can put them together. And we've also created sort of like badging or a checklist on some of these teachers might want to get this stuff done ahead of time. They might not want to wait till that first week. So we're going to push that out there and say, hey, this is what we're working on the first week if you'd like to get that done. And they'd get like a little mini credential. And there's various professional development that we would like to offer pending board approval and pending approval on the calendar. So we know that teachers need a lot of support. We know they need support in helping them craft their webpage. We know they need support on putting their content in a learning management system. We're trusting that they're the expert to be able to pull down the scoping and sequencing as teams, and we'll help them do that, and so on and so forth. So all that being said, that's how a distance learning model would look. It is my position that we should all teachers should be planning for distance learning regardless, and that they can turn that into face-to-face when the time has come. So if we've delayed our face-to-face instruction, if we've delayed opening that way, that when that delay is then maybe there's phased in, they could easily turn that into face-to-face instruction.
Any other questions at this point?
So if I understand correctly, Mr. Williams, this model of this support for the teachers is independently of the instructional model that is selected, right? Because
this would be for any teaching model. Like we would ask teachers to lesson plan. Like we wouldn't ask them to wing it and say, hey, what are you doing that day? So we would ask teachers to lesson plan and unit plan. We're going to help them transition it to an online model. Although I do want to be careful about that. And I do want to be careful about that because it's a mistake, and it's a big mistake to take things and try to teach them online. It's a big mistake to take packets and digitize them. So I do want to be careful about that. I'm not saying that because just if we talk about like formative assessment, what does formative assessment look online, and how we can work with teachers on purposeful and high quality instruction online and high quality formative assessment. So I don't want anybody to go across saying, oh, we're just doing the same thing and we're doing online. That's not what we're talking about, because our tech coaches would work with the teachers and say, well, I like your handout, but maybe we could make it more interactive and pull in the student and use student voice. So this is what we would ask teachers to do regardless of how we return in August. Have a web page, scope and sequence your lessons in a learning management system. These are the tools you're using. These are the resources you're using. We would be asking the teachers to do this regardless of the teaching model.
Thank you, Joe. So, Mr. Stafford, President Stafford, that would conclude my presentation. So, we look at the three options that we've had available there. We have the traditional model, we have the on distance learning model, and we have the blended hybrid model. So I put this in your hands now to how we move forward.
Well, I feel that I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Do we have a recommendation from the cabinet on which one they recommend that we use?
If we were recommending one, it would be the distance learning model, because we feel like we want, right now with so much going on, we want to keep the safety of our staff and our students at the forefront of what we're doing. So that's the one that would make the most sense just on safety itself.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree with the distance learning transferring into the blended program, and at the very end traditional. Of course, anything's up to change if things got better or worse, but I know we have to have a plan, and that plan would work for me. The way you presented it, it's still in the wrong order the way you presented it. So I just want to be clear, because I don't have anything in writing here that we're clear about this plan. So does everybody feel that we're clear? Trustee Garcia?
On that note, because I want to go into discussion, I'd like to make a motion to accept and go with distant learning, and then set a time frame. I'm just going to throw a semester where we, as long as there's a time lapse, a time period, I should say, where we could come back and reassess. Is it safe enough to go back and do, whether we have to do a soft transition into face-to-face? But in the meantime, I want to make a motion so we could discuss it.
Second.
Okay. So we have the motion by Trustee Garcia, second by Dr. Freeman, stating we will start school with distance learning.
Yes.
And after a semester, we'll evaluate, or Mr. Bennett and the cabinet will evaluate.
I'm sorry. I would just like to say we don't even have to go a semester. It really depends. I think we should be fluid in our ability to change depending on what information comes out and what the Riverside County Health Department come out with as well. I don't think we should be locked into a full semester if we can try to go to a blended or model sooner than that. If situations allowed for us to do that.
And we were working with the union yesterday in the cabinet, we looked at, we were talking about the grading periods. So at each point of a grading period that we could reevaluate to see if we're ready to make any other moves on that. That way, like Mr. Mellon said, it wouldn't have to be a whole semester. Maybe it's the 6-week grading period, maybe it's a 12-week grading period, or maybe it's a semester.
Okay.
Evaluate as we move along the way.
Dr. Rao, did you want to comment?
Yes, so we already have the two motions. I want to say thank you for making the presentation in addressing the three instructional models for us to consider that and make a decision. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for asking the district recommendation. I want to say thank you to all the staff members who actively participating today, and they have their voices heard. This is so important to us, to this Board of Education, especially to me, you can say at the personal level, to know what our constituents, our teachers, our parents. I didn't hear anything about our students, right? I don't know, maybe one or two. They were students who participated and gave us their input. But I'm really, really happy and really glad to see that we were able to listen to them. And this is really, really important to us. So I think we always have said that the safety, the health, the well-being of our students and our staff is our top priority. Today, we have the opportunity to show with actions that we mean that is what we really want to do, right? After analyzing the big challenges that we have with the traditional model, also with the hybrid model, there are some challenges also in terms of safety. We will not be able to protect and keep our students and our staff safe. I agree with the fully online model, instructional model only. I agree with Mr. Nelson that we shouldn't have a set deadline for reevaluating, depending on the conditions. What about if in September and October everything gets better? It doesn't seem to be the case, but we don't want to have that deadline, right? So let's wait. Let's see how things develop. But I agree that we need to vote for what is in the best interest of our staff, for our community, of our students. I want also that commitment, and we are going to put it in writing that our special ed students are going to be taken care of, and we are going to be looking in depth and detail to their IEPs to ensure that their accommodations, their modifications, that all the resources that they need, that we are complying with that. Not because it's necessarily a by law, it's a requirement. We know that, but our students deserve that we do that for them, that we take care of our English learners, that we provide the services to support them so they can be successful in their classes. That is something, and we are going to be monitoring. I'm expecting after we vote, and if this is the decision, we are going to see that with the votes in the next meeting to have a detailed plan on how we are going to address the most vulnerable students and demographics in our district. I know that after that, you are going to be working in close uh, collaboration with the associations in order to implement the specifics of this decision. The Board of Education is going to decide today the what is what we want to do, the instructional model, and cabinet, the superintendent cabinet administration is going to develop a plan on the how we are going to bring these services to our students. So those were my concerns, special ed, ELs, in terms of the online system, and we are expecting an in-depth, detailed plan, and the plan also to monitor that we are doing that. Based on the input that we receive from our stakeholders, from the teachers, we agree it's impossible. And I mentioned last time, I don't know if Dr. Newman remember when we talk about 36 students in one classroom. That is not going to happen. That cannot happen, right? The data is telling us we are seeing when we close our schools in March 15, we had 12 cases in Riverside County. Now we have 21,000 cases. The positivity rate on the testing is 12%. At the state level, I believe is 8%. So we are on the watch list of the state. I believe that's the term that they are using because the conditions of the pandemic are very serious here. Summarizing, I agree with the motion by Mr. Garcia, and that's how I'm going to vote when we call for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rao. Trustee Nellis, I do agree with you. You're not locked into that timeline. That's a good thing. I think that's it's good to be flexible. My point is going to be that we have to change the way we do things in our schools. Sanitation, sanitizing, the habits, and how we address that and train our students and staff to properly use their campus and keep themselves in the order they should be. So that's really, really important, along with all the other health and safety guidelines that we really have to look at. So I really want that looked at a priority because I don't see reopening unless we have that plan, part of the plan, taken care of. We can't go back to business as usual. You know, we have to enlist everyone to make that happen. So this is item 9.1, curriculum.
Mr. Stafford, I believe Mr. Garcia has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see him. Mr. Garcia?
So I want to make sure right now we're discussing, and in a few minutes we're going to go and actually vote. I just want to be clear on that.
We're voting on 9.1 curriculum. We're voting on the models that we're going to use to reopen and what steps we're going to go through.
Right, but at this moment we're discussing, right?
We're voting right now. Is that correct, Greg?
Right. When you had a motion in a second.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Stafford, I would recommend asking anybody for any final comments or questions because I don't want anybody to not get their opinion heard or their questions answered.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, Trustee Garcia.
Okay, that's what I was hoping for. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I do want the community to know that after all the brainstorming and all the data that was being given to us, I believe wholeheartedly that this is right, morally right, ethically right, and right for our students and our staff. Everyone's life is valuable. Everyone means something to us, and we truly and genuinely care about each and every one of you. We've heard you on the phone. We've gotten your emails, and we're just letting you know what we vote tonight is because how we feel from our heart. And I strongly believe that safety is number one for everyone. And some of those statements that you guys had read to us and even recorded, I agree. What will we do in all those circumstances that are presented before us? We don't have the perfect plan, but we're doing our best. So if you guys want to talk to us, feel free to reach out to us. Continue on talking so we could work with you, not against you. We want to work with you. And I think that's what I want to say right there.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Freeman.
Yes, Mr. President. Yeah, I'm just glad that we have finally made a unified decision on this, how we're going to start. And I know that you can't please everybody all the time. There's going to be people that are not going to like it. They've got some legitimate reasons and some are not. Some I feel are not our responsibility. But I do believe that given everything, that this is the best decision that we could make at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Nelson, any further words?
Yes, thank you. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said by quite a few of the other trustees, but I just want to touch on, yes, I appreciate all the comments, all the emails, all the phone calls that have been coming in, questioning why we're making decisions, that type of thing. That's perfectly within your rights for the constituents to reach out to us by all means. That's what we are elected for. Don't think that we are not taking this seriously. This is one of the most serious things we've had to deal with. I mean, I've been on the board for 8 years, and this is the most serious thing I've had to deal with in my time here as on the board. So we are definitely taking things seriously. We are definitely taking into account people's safety. I mean, that is first and foremost on, I know every one of the trustees' minds right now in terms of, we don't want to put people in harm's way when it's unnecessary. And we don't want people to contract this and possibly die when we could have easily kept it from happening or could have made a better decision to keep it from happening. So I do appreciate the comments and everything that has been coming through. And I agree with the fact that that distance learning as of right now is our best option. I do not think that safety wise that we can support a plan on campus that will keep all the students and all the staff protected from contracting this the virus. So I agree with the distance learning. I do want to make sure that we are flexible and we are not locked into a certain amount of time because things have been changing, like I said earlier in the board meeting, daily sometimes. So we need to be flexible in our ability to roll with the punches on this. So that's what I've got to say, Mr. Zucker.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nelson. Dr. Rouse.
Trustee Stanford, I want to address one element.
Oh, he's freezing up again on us. He froze. Can we get him back?
I think he'll come back. We'll just wait a little bit.
Sorry, let me know when I.
Okay. Trustee Rouse. We didn't hear anything you said.
I don't know if I'm back, Trustee Stafford.
Yes, you are now. We didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, thank you. What I was going to say. Oh, I want to make a recommendation and potentially a question. I don't know if it would be Ms. Raines or Dr. Newman. I don't know the status of AB 77 or 98, right? However, after the last board meeting, I made a research about this because we thought that we were constrained to the traditional with this, that it says in-person instruction should be offered to the greatest extent possible. And we interpret it like that. So in order we are law-abiding citizens. We follow the law also. In order to, they are giving us, there is the opportunity, because it mentions to the greatest extent possible. We are deciding that it's not possible. It's not possible to provide in-person instruction without putting at risk our students. So probably something that we can do, consult the attorney of the district to put it in legal terms. Is that practical? I don't know. Something to make it a formal, our decision, because we are following this bill. I don't know if already was approved, but if it is approved already, we need to cover ourselves and address that we are following that law, right? It says to the greatest extent possible. And maybe the attorney can change the language of what we are saying, why we are not following that, why we are not considering. We are following it, but why we do not consider that it's possible. And if we need to have another special board meeting to formalize it with the legal terminology, then we will do it. I just want to ensure that we are in compliance also with the directives from the state. But it seems that we are allowed to do it. Yes, let's make it formal. That was my recommendation, and I don't know, this is something for Ms. Rance and Dr. Newman.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Candace. Go ahead, Mr. Vance.
Oh, I was just going to say very briefly, I agree with you wholeheartedly. We want to definitely make sure we're in compliance, not just with this, but with everything, right? And so when Dr. Newman had in part of his presentation information about AB 77, that was on June 30th, I believe was that date. We are receiving more information. On July 2nd, we got some additional clarification from School Services of California, and we're going to continue getting more of that, but we'll address exactly because we want to make sure that that's ironclad for us.
Okay, can you please share that as soon as you get that information, just for our own knowledge, as soon as we get those notifications and updates. Thank you.
Dr. Newman, did you have any comments? I would like to hear from the board also, if you guys, cabinet also, if you guys wanted to say something.
No, I was just going to kind of follow up with Candace, because immediately following that meeting, the sectors to close indoor operations came out from CDE as well. You know, in terms of bars, wineries, different rooms. So, in terms of just the public authorities have basically the restrictions from where we were previously. Not necessarily did they mention schools, but they specifically mentioned indoor facilities. So to make the decision today, as you were saying, Dr. Rao, to the extent possible, and it's not possible at this particular time to address that. So it would totally make sense when we get to what you're saying.
Okay. And Mr. Williams.
Yes. So, regarding the distance learning model, I can tell you that we have some extremely talented teachers in this district, some of which are texting and emailing me, I'm on board, and as we're doing. And so you should be happy that they're eager to go on this new venture, because a lot of teachers who have been teaching for a lot of years have done a lot of work already, right? And that work has paid off, and every teacher now has to redo their work. And so teachers are on board. So we have some talented teachers to help to do that. We have extremely high quality talent at student services under Dr. Newman, working with Julie Zerold and working with the specific content leads, Charles Tippy, and working with the TOSAs. They're going to be instrumental in doing this, right? Extremely talented with our technology TOSAs. And we're going to be leaning on our technology TOSAs. We're going to be leaning on these content leaders to work with teachers to pull in and scope and sequence their lesson to have meaningful, high quality instruction online. So any misgivings that you will have about that, I will tell you, I think you're going to be proud at the level of work and commitment that this district's going to put into this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Dr. Rao.
One last final comment before we vote, right? Now that we're in discussion, I just want to remind Dr. Newman, Mr. Bennett, we are going to be expecting, I know we have a significant number of our staff listening. We are going to be expecting clear expectation for everybody, right? So we know what we are looking at. Number one, for example, Are we going to have online, when we have the online instructional model, are they going to be live chat? Are we going to have direct contact? Well, when I say we, I'm talking about teachers.
Okay. Oh, he froze again. We lost him.
And that was the discussion we had with PSEA yesterday, Dr. Rouse, is a mandatory 2 days a week synchronous learning where the kids are online and teachers are talking with them. We're recommending 3 days a week. And then the other days would be individual learning by the students, independent learning.
And to answer Jose's question also, we try not to frame the argument as is synchronous or asynchronous of versus, like is synchronous better than asynchronous, is live online. We want the teachers to use the right tool for the job. And we don't want to try to force them to use synchronous live when it's not the right tool, but it is the right tool at times. And so we'll work with teachers to make sure that they provide a combination of synchronous and asynchronous learning, which would be some live interaction, and then also some interactivity modules. And if you want more information now or later, we can do that.
I'm back.
Okay, Dr. Rao, okay, we had lost you for a while there, so we.
Oh, okay. So when I was talking, I'm not saying I'm asking for have direct contact or live conversation. I'm just saying whatever it is. After this meeting, I know that you are going to work with the associations in terms of the specifics, but if you can please take that in consideration, right? So there are clear expectations. Whatever the decision is, if they're going to be live chats, direct communication with the students responsibilities, they need to sign in at what time, during what period of time, their assignments and their quizzes or formative assessments, they are required. They need to actively participate. What are the administrative responsibilities? So everybody knows what is their part, because it is really important in order to have a successful online program that everything is clarified. Attendance and participation. How are the students' participation or attendance is going to be monitoring? What are going to be the grading policies, right? So we have consistency in terms of that. And what are going to be those grading policies? Again, that is the how. That's what you are going to negotiate with the association, and you are going to agree with the teachers. The assignment deadlines, all those small things to have a really nice plan for everybody and clear. So that is being successful. So I don't know, maybe next week is going, the 14th is going to be too soon, but before we begin our classes, do you think July 30th sounds like a reasonable deadline in order for us to know this? What was the agreement? We are not going to vote on that. We are not going to tell you if we like it or not. That is the how again. We just decided the what and the how, but we would like to know what our students and our teachers and our administrators are expecting.
Trustee Garcia.
Yeah, a couple things real quick. One, I know we talked a little bit about it in closed session, but since we're leaning this way and haven't officially voted, will the staff continue on being on paid salary? That's number one. And then two, you accidentally skipped Dr. Freeman when you were getting our input.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Freeman, I owe you one.
My input has been put in.
Okay. And the other question was for Candace, Ms. Raines?
Whoever could answer that.
Yeah, I think either Kirk or I could answer that. I don't remember how you phrased the question. Yes, but yes, our employees will continue to be paid.
Okay, very good, very good. So we'll go one more time. Are we clear on what are we clear? So let's take let's go ahead and vote. Trustee Rao? That's an aye? Okay, your volume went out. You're muted.
Muted.
You're mute. Oh, okay, there you go. Aye, okay. Trustee Garcia?
But I want to ask a quick question. Are we still voting online because how it's set up? Is it still related to our motion?
I don't know if this is in the IC board. Sarah would have to answer that for us.
It's on your motion that you made a motion to approve the distance learning model as our model to start the school year with.
Yeah.
And so that's how we would vote
Are
on
we-
that as
are we-
well.
If you're
Are we
voting
voting-
yes, it's in favor of that. If you're voting no, it's against that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It will read in the minutes what the final vote is and motion.
Okay, so don't go away. We're still going to do the electronic vote.
Electronic vote. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Freeman,
I second that emotion on the motion and I think I'd like aye.
okay. Nelson,
Aye.
okay, myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. So we'll go to the IC board, which makes me switch screens, but I can hear you, and you can vote now electronically. We have 2 votes I need.
I'm not seeing the screen to vote. I'm not seeing.
Yeah,
the-
my ability to vote has not come up yet.
Yeah, same thing.
9.1 is on your,
It is, but the actual vote portion is not. Hold on, let me rejoin the meeting. Leave and rejoin and see if I can get in.
oh, okay.
I want to do the same thing. I want to log out and then log in. Okay,
Now, okay, I am good to answer. Go for it.
I was able to. Vote.
Okay, we're all, we have 5-0 in favor of item 9.1 curriculum. Approval of instructional models for the 2020-21 school year reopening plans. Let me get back to my other screen. So, Brent, if we could get something in, I don't know, do we get something in writing a little more detailed? Is that what it we'll see coming up? Or this is just an overall, right?
Right. This was an overall.
Okay.
As we move our plan forward, we'll be sharing more information with you along the way.
Okay. So we're going to go to item 10.1, and that is adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Dr. Freeman, second by Dr. Rao, and we are now adjourned. And thank you very much.
Got to vote. Gotta vote.
We need to vote. We need to vote.
We have to join the crowd on
Maybe,
this one?
and maybe we want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's do the second.
Okay, let's go vote. I got to go back. Okay, we'll have to wait for it to come up. We'll do we've done the oral, so.
No, I think we need to do the oral vote while it's coming up.
Did we just, no, we just did? Okay, well, we'll go through it. Trustee
No,
Rao.
you just,
Well, we need to do it.
Okay. Trustee Rao,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye, aye.
Trustee Mellison,
aye.
Trustee Stafford, aye. Okay, the ayes have it. We are adjourned at 8:09 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the hard work tonight to make this happen.
Thank you, everybody. And
Thank you,
for-
guys.